Yo, 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 yo. Sorry if there was some popping there. I forgot to turn on my mic. How are we doing, everyone? If there's anyone still here, sorry it took me a little bit long. Just a little bit, you know, just a smidge. Just a little weensy bit, just a little smidgen. You know? There we go. That's the one. Alright. So, today, we're gonna be playing through a little bit more of Gradius 22, and a little quiet today. My apologies. It's hard to find some free time in which I have the house to myself now, because, hey, I'm not in college, I don't get my own space anymore, that's how it goes. So, Bada bee, bada boo. Alright, just making one last check here, as usual. Okay. Going over Twitch. Twitch. Okay. I will assume everything is fine. Okay. Now let's just close this up. Let's just get back into it, like right now. Right now. Right now. There we go. Alright. So, I should clarify before we get into this that... Okay, sorry. Need to press the record button. I should clarify before I get into this, I was spoiled on this first section of Case 3 here, so I just went ahead and played through the first section of trial myself, and here's what we found out. So, basically, everything was fucking staged. Well, as we initially thought, thanks to Holmes and everyone else. Hey, Paladin, how's it going? So, basically, DOBINBOUGH's entire fucking experiment was staged by the investors and, well, just Elder Meningen himself, as well as the engineer who worked on it, who's apparently notorious in the engineering community for being, you know, a scam artist trying to get that investor's money. He's making that hustle, you know? So, basically, we proved that that was all a fluke. Well, not a fluke, rigged. Rigged is the proper answer. So, we need to figure out how exactly he was still killed and everything now that the teleporter problem doesn't work, I guess. That's the best summary I can give. All right. I don't know, they might get a summary here. 23rd of October, 2:41 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you, music. Thank you. All right. Oh yeah, and Susato's here now. There you go. I also added the Scarlet Stay patch that changes all of the names to what they should be, instead of just, you know, going for it myself. No music allowed on Twitch, DMCA. So I did that. However, there may be some text going out of bounds of the box as a result of it, so don't mind that. And there's also apparently a puzzle later on which you need to use the official name instead, so I'm gonna try and figure that out later on when that happens. Also, the FPS isn't working on this here. Oh, I think it works now. Okay. Never mind, it fixed itself. Fog. Anyway. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be just as you had left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. Yeah, we just started. So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying you'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. If this ain't 240 FPS, it ain't a real game. True. Well, my monitor is only 144. So I tend to only use 144, but because the streaming is in 60 FPS, I need to use a frame rate that is divisible by 60. So I'm at 120 FPS right now. So, all right. But the rest of you can't see it because you're all fucking plebs that have to watch on Twitch. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Hey, Toast, how's it going? You doing good, bud? Also, I tried lowering the volume because I thought it was a little bit too high in the last stream. But hopefully now you can hear me a bit. You were busy drinking copious amounts of milk. This is the kind of audience I attract. This is the kind of audience I attract, guys. Like, this is... all I get are milk guzzlers and crayon eaters. That's what I get. I think I wrote about in my letter to you. That was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I have been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, yeah, that thing. Okay. I'm pretty sure that you're a proud milk guzzler. I'm pretty sure you guys remember that, at least, and that whole conversation with Vortex was before the trial and everything, so you should know that if you deep-fried crayons, people would unironically eat them. Dude, you don't even need a deep fry them to eat them. Marines do it all the time over in the Middle East. I'm kidding. Because we're no longer in the Middle East. The International Forensic, that's the same symposium Lord Vortex mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh, at the end of the first game. You must tell us everything that happened when you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Okay. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Cosmo. I know. I'll tell you all I can. Tell me about Cosmo. Where is my himbo? After my friend Hoodi's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England. They died on that steamship, and they'll never... Oh, I forgot. Like, Cosmo's death is still a secret to the public, and that we're actually taking his place. Although, I don't think Naruhodo ever figured that out, so he was just like, oh, hey, I'm Naruhodo. I'm not Cosmo. Cosmo's dead. And it was just like, oh, I'm spilling national secrets without even knowing it. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. Wasn't he the one who threw his dad in a volcano? No, that's... Well, that's Kazuma from Tekken, yes. That is the one who threw Heihachi in a volcano, yes. Alright. Later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him about what he was going to say about Kazuma. And what'd you learn? Let me guess, he wouldn't say anything. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. He just disappeared. Fuck you if you're gonna bring Cosmo back and he's alive. What? Cosmo's body vanished? The government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Cosmo isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Cosmo's body as we speak. Or so they say. Or so they say. Yeah, sure. I just don't believe it. It was this cute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden. The Cosmo mystery. Put in your thinking caps, chat. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SSL Claire were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Yeah, and Naruhodo never even saw it in the first place. I doubt any of them saw it in the first place because they were all rushed out by the sailors, so. Conspiracy time. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. This thing about the possibility pains me so very much. Yeah, it hurts to get your hopes up like that. Like, because hope is a very dangerous thing, chat. Because the moment it turns to dust, it's like, ooh, ouch. Ah. It's like thinking that you still have a chance with your ex-girlfriend, you know? Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Cosmo was discovered, Mr. Holmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Oh. Oh. But did you even actually check his pulse? Wait a minute. Is Holmes in on it too then? Because, actually, why was Holmes even on that same ship in the first place? I don't think we ever even got that reason, so could it be that he was just there for Cosmo? God, there's so much conspiracy here, I love it. So if Cosmo hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Holmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. For now, anyway. But then again, we already know that there's a lot he's hiding from us. And although there is still a little bit that he was able to tell us eventually, which was about the professor case, so I have a feeling it's all going to loop back to there. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Did somebody say despair? Oh god, please don't let Danganronpa come back into this game. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Yeah, don't worry. I know I'm just a substitute for your himbo, Susato. No, she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato we're talking about after all, so I probably shouldn't push it now. Instead, how about we talk about that spade over there? Yeah, please. Yes, let's talk about the spade. Let's talk about the spade. Thinking back, that spade's been there since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. And see, this is comfort, chat. We're back to what we know. This is fine. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. Team trowel, personally. It's a trowel, I swear. The other are gently boiling on the stove at sea. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. That's more of a fire hazard, and you're wasting a lot of gas there. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. Okay, never mind. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning low. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. How do you know what carbon monoxide poisoning is in the year 1900? You silly goose, you should know about that. Boiling the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh well. Perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm up later. Yeah, okay. See? I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tire you up all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Mr. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. As is the thoughts of every single procrastinator that ever existed. What is Danganronpa? Don't look it up. Don't look up Danganronpa. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Oh, no. I'm the lawyer. I can't even win the argument. Ah, damn it. Well, then again, Naruhodo is not that good at doing that in the first place, so let's check the Daruma doll. I see her Daruma still only has one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that's something we do together, didn't we? We can do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that. I really like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. So even she doesn't think I'm a true lawyer yet. I can't believe this. That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I still have the same photograph on display in my room at home in Japan, you know. Or if we all read together again, to be honest. Oh, I know. So did I. Here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together. Yeah, probably not for the best of reasons, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Right. Can't deny having Susato back again. Makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. Yeah, no kidding. Or maybe Naruhodo's just figuring out what game design is. Right. I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given the fact that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. AKA sugar. Lots and lots of sugar. Alright. Hey, Bill, how's it going? I love it when nothing bad will happen in the future. Exactly, exactly. See, he gets it. He gets it. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh yeah, chocolate's been invented at this time. That's crazy, man. Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? Gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Chomclit. Oh! I don't know why that scared me. Iris, what are you doing over here? It's like an aquarium. So pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. Yep. How they even know the pH levels in there? Again, is that something that was available in 1900? Right. Left your desk completely untouched, Mr. Sato, so it'll be ready for you whenever you returned. Beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? He said great! He said the thing! Okay. It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Da 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 da. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear, I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. Yeah, just the most innocent smile on his face. Like, how could you get mad at this, chat? How could you get mad at that? Right. Suzato, show me your room, please. I need to know. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again and then. Oh. Dog wants out. Give me a sec. Not the one on my shoulders. Genevieve is fine. Okay. Let's speak to Iris then. Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Holmesy's greatest exploits. I call it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Holmes forbade you from publishing it, right? And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Holmesy and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Yeah, we don't need a flashback to this. Can you tell me how you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. Like, right now? I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Let's save that for last. Let's save that for last. I feel like that's gotta be very important here. Back in Britain. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. That awful trial? Which awful trial? The first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one? We've had a lot of awful trials, surprisingly. Nothing so clear-cut, and it's like, man. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, that one. Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Ryu? It certainly gets, no comment. Yes, I suppose so. I want to play being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. At your height. At your height. Okay, okay. Trials still take less time compared to real trials, unfortunately, because trials still only take like 2 days here. And even in modern Ace Attorney world, they only have a maximum of 3. due to the amount of crimes going on, so. What the dog doing? All right. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Unfortunate. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Otto. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with a bee emblem on it. I wonder what that could be. Hound. Dog. Bee. Baskervilles. All... Seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. Oh. Why'd you have to do that, Mr. Natsume? I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, then? Yeah. So, this must have been something that happened back when he was in Britain in order to make him that scared all of a sudden. So, this would have to be, yeah, again, probably around the time of the professor case, so... Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time, yeah. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And have decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. So she says. So she says. Oh, you proved the defendant could have committed the crime, but because you can't prove who did, he'll be executed anyway, Lamau. Exactly, that's how it goes in this universe. Well, except for, like, Magundal's trial in Case 3. Because the prosecution literally had nothing on him left. It was just like, well, we don't have any unexplained evidence or anything. Like, guess you gotta go. That's a very meaningful look Susato's giving Iris there. Uh-huh. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Vortex mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been involved. I mean, not involved, invited. The dog can never decide whether he wants in or out, I'm sorry. Give me a second. And he'll enjoy it. Give me a second. The dog has been pet. You can be reassured. The dog will always be pet. I'm gonna turn myself down a little bit here. I might be peeking, so. Alright. Something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Oh, God, what was he doing last year in the Supreme Court? Oh, man, I just don't remember, you know? Oh! Yep. Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, yeah, it is what got him down this entire path after all, so, I mean, it wasn't all bad. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Fair enough, but also kind of rude. Oh, well, anyway, his father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to have me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems that Lord Vortex has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Vortex organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. Yeah, I can see that. Although, who would be the new, head of Supreme Court, or whatever his job title is? That concerns me, slightly. Most senior position in the British justice system. Someone who uses power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said, anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Vortex's lifelong ambition. Don't think too hard about that, chat. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Vortex? I should just try to stop talking. Alright. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Vortex personally, then, I wonder? Well, I'd be surprised if he didn't. Actually, Lord Vortex gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't listen to much of it. Oh, mood. That's just me in all my classes, man. Imagine wanting to live. Couldn't be me. How trying for you. Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. Murder of Dr. John H. Watson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. Extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Hold up, what? What? Hold up, what?
I'm sorry? But, I mean, she should be an exchange student. Her credentials should be kept by the English government. Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Front? Who on earth was she then? This A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Huh. Like, I remember, at the end of the last game, we got a list of 4 names, and I'm pretty sure that Shin was one of them. So, yeah. A. Sashin. Although a little bit on the nose, you know, like assassin, A. Sashin. But, just A. Shin? Huh. Weird. Nobody knows why, or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Okay, so most likely in order to get those foreign student credentials, it's more likely that she was hired by the British government to do some sort of assassination over in Japan, most likely that of John Watson. So, But why would the British government want to kill Dr. Watson? Unless it was, like, straight from her Vortex. Like, did Vortex order Zale Brett to assassinate Dr. Watson? But for what reason? That's why I'm missing out right now. Now she's been killed, while the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. Right, so, A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Naruhodo, get your shit together, bro. Get your shit together, my guy. Also, have you seen my badge? You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like it wouldn't be with me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose under there. Look! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! What do we do? Do we pull it out? Do we, like, just thread it back in? Oh no! I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Please, take better care of it. Says the Hashor. Hello, thank you. I have no idea what you're saying over on YouTube, but sure. It was all going so well until I ruined it. That, okay, as usual for Naruhodo. Okay. Is there anything else to present? No, I don't think so. So I guess we just go on over to Iris then. Hello, cutie. Alright, Hound of the Baskervilles. Like, honestly, she looks so cute in that outfit. It's a crime. Alright. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before he left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, Hound of the Baskervilles. So, I'm guessing that box was a list of reports on evidence from that game? I mean, no, not that game, that case, I suppose. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Hey, Daddy. Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. You understand? That's not concerning at all, you know? But what was our manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I don't think, guys, you have it backwards. It's not, guys, the Hound of the Baskervilles is based on a case, so you have to assume that there are other documents associated with that case. God. I would never have guessed. That was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Holmes' exploits. That's not it. That ain't it, Chief. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. Well, no shit. There was no sign of the big box in his office. Again, no shit. I wonder why. That's all I really know about it. I no doubt the Father has very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. Documents are a fake psyop made by Big Paper. It's all a cover-up. It's all a cover-up, chat. You never can trust Big Paper. Right. They're always cooperating with Big Ink and Big Graphite. They'll never tell you what's going on. They don't want you to know the truth. Wake up, sheeple. Alright, give me a second. My back is starting to hurt. I need to get a pillow. Alright. I've been needing to lean in forward all this time due to the position my chair is in right now. And the way my feet and PC is oriented, because it's all like in this one big cluster right in front of me. So, it's difficult. It's difficult, I'll admit. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thanks for being so honest, Susie. Yeah, only took like 6 months to hear it. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Soto. I expect nothing less, to be honest. Oh, so you're not gonna have a quick summary here for chat to understand? Because they haven't been here in a while? Okay. I would think our first protocol should be investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Okay, so once again, I'll explain it. So basically, from the beginning, Mr. Dobinbough, a scientist who was experimenting with the concept of high voltage teleportation, built this. Well, he built the plans for this great big machine, and it had the investors in the form of, well, just one investor, Mr. Elder Meningen, along with an engineer supplied by Mr. Meningen, Anak Drebber. And Anak Drebber and Mr. Meningen conspired to not actually make the machine, but just make it appear that it worked. Because any scientist in the community would tell you, hey, teleportation's fucking impossible. But Elder Meningen and Anak Drebber said, hey, what if we use magic and made you think that it was possible, and then we get big grant money? Huh? And Mr. Dobinbough wasn't told about any of it. And so what happened was, a body double was used to be put in the birdcage right at the beginning, and then the machine exploded, and there was a hot air balloon right above the crystal tower, which Anak Drebber popped with a crossbow, and then the body of Mr. Meningen in the birdcage fell from the inside of that balloon way down and hit the ground. Although we do know that Mr. Meningen was killed beforehand, but because Drebber was most likely the one to put the body in there, we still need to figure out what's going on. So that's everything we figured out in court. I hope that makes sense. Probably not. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Well, Holmes is busy with his own thing right now. I mean, he's currently investigating the disappearing professor mannequin, so are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today. I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, wouldn't you? Well, I guess, yeah, even in this world, we still need groceries. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. They're having a sale! Right. Sure, what to do? You know, I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon. It's funny, for the past 6 months I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court judicature back in Japan. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but that was a very reserved performance. Was it really, though? What your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved. Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again in any way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Zato. My pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright. Let's go. So, Holmes' suite, Lord Chief Justice's office, the jail, well, and the prosecutor's office, which we can't visit, the experimentation stage at Mosaics. It's a lot to visit. Okay, guess let's go Holmes' suite first then. 23rd of October, Holmes' suite. Please, I need more fluff dialogue, please. I asked Mr. Holmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. One of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now, there's a mysterious pince nez, a mysterious low box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. Wait, how is a horseshoe and a biscuit mysterious? I think the last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Right. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in this country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. True. Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? Oh no, something about that imagery just, it gets me, you know? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. Oh no, no shit. I worry sometimes about how Suzawa sees me. Yeah, always thinking I'm gonna drink the chemicals, gonna put my feet in the fireplace. Like, what next, Suzawa? What next? Also, Iris isn't here, so you want to check the manuscripts? Alright. My eye's always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Holmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Holmes kick it. Yeah, that's Mr. Holmes. Oh no. I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Holmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh, my guy, my hembo, my love. All right. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. Yeah, Mr. Holmes has just been getting the short end of the stick lately. Like yesterday at Madame Mosaics, he was kicked in the shin by Iris as hard as she could to prove that he was a wax statue. And only now we just find out he kicked this box. It was just crying for 10 minutes. It never ends. There's all sorts in these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Holmes' brilliance. And you won't say that about my desk, huh? I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. Looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. Hey. Really don't get it. He's a simp. I don't get it. Finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. Good job, Naruhodo. Great job. That must have been very, very difficult for a Japanese native to pull off. Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Right. Ah, of course. Oh, that's giving me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. No, my poor papers. Don't even joke about it, Mr. Zato. You are joking, aren't you? You'll never know. You'll never know if she is. Right. And the bullet holes. We still can't expect them. What a shame. It's Mr. Holmes' famous violin. The one you found being sold for a song at a pawnbroker. What's it called again? A shoddy something? A shoddy piece of shit? Huh? Was that it? Oh yes, a wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo, not Stradivarius. Stradivarius. Stradivar. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Yeah, just don't let her know how stupid you are, and you'll get along just fine. That's how it is with me. Although, unfortunately, my stupidity does give away all the time when I'm streaming it. You know, it's just a sad state of affairs all around. It's blackboards where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Oh no, it's just... I'm just imagining all those little stick figures you always see in the back of every minivan mom's truck. Like those, the stick figures of the family telling you just how many people live in their house. Oh, I gotta find a picture of it now. Alright. Alright. Stick figure bumper stickers. No, not shopping. I don't want to fucking shop for these things. Okay. These things here. These things. Just, oh, these. Oh, all of these. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions will be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Sad. Sad. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't like tea or coffee or soda or like anything that isn't water. Stay hydrated, chat. Oh, also, my monitor was just gone. My avatar was just gone. Oopsie. That roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy up my desk. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. Do I? Do I, though? Alright, let me guess. Don't tell me to drink the chemicals. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles, too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads, Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with their experiments, you know. What, do you want to taste test them? Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or Highly Explosive. Right, typewriter. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. It's really not. Please, someone get her a licensed therapist. Or maybe get her to stand a better father figure. Actually, I had to go at it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Well, yeah, no shit. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. I love these characters. I love these characters, man. They're all just chef's kiss. Alright. Now we could go to the office, the jail, the experimentation stage, or Madame Rosaic's. Let's go to the Chief Justice's office and tell him that Susato's, you know, here. You have Troy's BRB? No worries. Hold up, who dat? Who dat? He has a model. What the fuck? He has a model. Who dat? 23rd of October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Vortex? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Her? Is that a her? I just think it's a really thin and gaunt man. Oh, that is a her. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor DOBINBOUGH's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. But I mean, we proved it happened, so... I feel like it's better than swiping it under the rug, so to say. I mean, it tightens security, so... this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Yeah, it was a very impressive looking machine, at least. Like, it could have been considered a piece of art. Until later then, Lord Vortex. I don't know, maybe some more high pitch. Until later, Lord Vortex. Yeah, something kind of whispery, but still high pitched. Like, not quite so milfy. Milfy. Is that an adjective? Milf-y? Yes, thank you. Hey, she bowed. We don't do that in England. We don't do that in Britain. That's a Japanese thing, honestly. They don't even have any of their historical accuracy. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh, right. That was why I considered odd, is that the autopsy report, it actually had the name of the coroner on it. And that's something that had never been done in previous autopsy reports, so it's like, huh? Oh. He's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. He was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Meningen. Following the outcome of this trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. Fair enough. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Also, I'm gonna try and keep it a little bit more down. Right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Well, you should probably ask about that first. Okay. Let's examine everything first. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo, with such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go. That's why you build the toilet into the chair itself. That's why it's called a throne, you know. How? True. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things, or maybe they don't need to poop. I'm going to take that as a compliment. These very European suits of armor are all still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose. They're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day? I feel as though we've gone a bit of a tangent, don't you? Isn't that what this entire game's about? Isn't this what visual novels are about? Going on tangents? Same with podcasts. You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Could Lord Vortex really have read all these? Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read, too. Oh, really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. Oh, that's just sad. That's like door-to-door salesman sort of mentality. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming. Or, no, I think it's saw it coming, Naruhodo. It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Vortex's overwhelming kind-heartedness. Are we talking about the same person here? Like, not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zeeks in line, could you? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Okay. Actually, there's nothing over to the sides I need to examine, don't I? Oh, wait, there's still the giant fucking clock, of course. As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know. Someone fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours. Mr. Naruhodo, we can install one in the office. Enormous wheel, turned by an enormous steam engine. I'm sure that Mr. Holmes would say yes, but I have to veto this. Perhaps we could start with a simple fireplace. We already have that, though, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. Converse. The forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. First created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. Well, what are you gonna do with the current Attorney General? Like, just kick him out? Like, bye, see you later? What do you mean? Long, those scoundrels have been made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. While London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see it too, personally. I've been wondering what the vibrating has been, what was up until this point. It seems that was my PS4 controller that was plugged in and was still connected to the game. Oopsie. We're creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Those eyes, he means every word. I mean, I get what he's throwing down, you know? He's an impressive guy, but Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard. She'll run it as my right-hand woman. I mean, that's a lot of high praise for someone that we literally just met only 5 minutes ago, and you never mentioned up to any point. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he'll arrive at the beginning of the next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Vortex? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. Many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. I wonder why. Definitely not as a result of the Hound of Baskervilles or the Professor case. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. Oh boy. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply politeness or carelessness on your part in any way. Hey! I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Anne's Strood, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. That's not the same hospital that we've been to the entire time, has it? And Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? He was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. I have no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here staying as subject for some 6 years total. 6 years. It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? Well, what he discovers as a result, I'm more curious about. My grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. Okay, maybe I understand. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Yeah, it's not really our business to know that, I suppose. Lord Van Zeeks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is this the right time to be talking about this Naruhodo to him, especially? Like, Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say that it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? Naruhodo, you already know why. It was because of his death that he became a prosecutor. Brother, Clint Van... I'm pretty sure it's a typo. Clint Van Zeeks was murdered. It was just after young Barack had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. An obvious crimes managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Quickly spread throughout the capital. London started to say that wherever Barack Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. And that's the identity of the Reaper, huh? Oh my word. So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Okay. And that's gonna be it, I suppose. Oh yes, Lord Vortex. Go ahead. About Professor DOBINBOUGH's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? I mean... I think we're versed in science or not still doesn't deny our right to investigate the crime scene, does it? Not in the slice. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Slight's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. Well, we're only looking last time, so I don't know. Is there more to look at this time for some reason? I'll be able to see it too. Time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for this symposium, you understand. And I just hope you can get some time off soon, bud. Alright. Let's head to the jail first. Oh. I'm guessing he's undergoing all the calculations and trying to figure out why everything went wrong. Alrighty. Who gave you the chalk, bud? What's he doing? Oh my. The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. He's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh shit. Hey, it's Civ. Hello, thank you for following. Oh boy. That means I have to grab a pepper here. Oh boy. So, I've never actually bitten into a raw pepper, by the way, and now I have this gigantic bag of peppers here that I got just in case, so I'm just gonna take a big juicy bite into one and see how that's gonna go here. Yeah, you'll be in your corner. I won't mind you at all. Like, we're just gonna be enjoying this game together. Also, here's your crunch that's gonna be happening. Oh man, this smell is really fucking strong. All right. Okay, that's really bad. Oh god, that's bad. Okay, so maybe I think it's not even that spicy, it's just not tasty. Oh. I have discovered that I don't like jalapenos very much. I think they're all right in dishes, but apparently not raw. I'm so sorry. Oh, that probably sounded gross. That's okay, because I have a backup plan. I brought spicy chips as well, so I'll just do that from now on. Oh, fuck. Oh, my lips burn now. It's not even my tongue that burns, it's just my lips. Fuck. Alright. Oh, my apologies. Alright. Oh, hi, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikatoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. Oh no, oh no. Hey, hands off. She's a Sogies. Now this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in the court this morning. Oh no. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor DOBINBOUGH? Have you been working on your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Some to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, it probably still has to do with the same thing. No, actually, this is my autobiography. What? Your autobiography. How I was diddled and fiddled by Benjamin DOBINBOUGH. I find I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and the ambitious simultaneous equations. I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. Really? I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication for next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. Well, I mean, okay. I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle, as you do. Can't be the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talk a little bit more about your case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was fiddled by a pair of them. Ningen, and by the loop engineer Drubber. We're not gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Oh god, I hope not. Solid emotes, Civ. Solid emotes. Now, let us hear about how he was dilled and fiddled. Great. This morning's trial. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Minningen, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. Sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. That's really sad. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. And that is something a lot more people need to realize. That is essentially all of social media in general. Yes, sir. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barack did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barack wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? Did he now? Might accidentally leave a napkin, so you're gonna take your leave? That's fine. Thanks for stopping over, Civ. Like, it was nice. Have a good time. Alright, enjoy your nap. I think I understand now why it was that you decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Huh. Let's hear more about that. I will have fun. Okay. Oh, God. Feels like got some. Ugh. It feels like got some in my eye. Tell Haru I said hi. I will if she ever comes in. I don't know. I don't know if she likes his tourney or not, so we'll see. Right. Had a terrible accident happen. Nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. Yeah, no kidding. Thought if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Rock, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you have been declared a fraud to yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Rock insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's right? I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. Well, to an extent. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? He does what he can. He does what he can. Well, admittedly, the part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How's that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Alright, Mr. Minningen. Do you think you set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I had written and said my work would benefit all of humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. The machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the skill of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn as few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all that only to be taken for a complete fool, it's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. Yeah, it is unfortunate, but that's why a lot of scientists have to work at or for universities as teachers. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Minningen is no more, of course, which only leaves the engineer. Mr. Anakdreber. Oh no, I feel like it's too obvious to say that Drebber was the murderer, you know? Drebber the engineer. But it's not like we have any other suspects, do we? Like, there's no one else involved. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? Yes, all of the above. Circle that in. Option 4. It was about a year ago when Mr. Minningen first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times, discussed details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. No question that man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. See. The wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. Must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? Sorry, the jalapenos are starting to smell a little bit, making my eyes water a little, just teensy a little bit. Sorry, we only ever discussed kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. Oh? What workshop? Trevor's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. We'll probably see him there. So, why? Why didn't you mention this before? Not Trevor's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Or if not, then at least some clue as to where his current location is. Alright, Trevor's workshop. They've been to Trevor's place of work then. Yes, just once, you understand. Yeah, it was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? You have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Trevor there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. Oh boy, let me guess. It's been closed up. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm sorry, what? Were you just like Squid Gamed into it? Were you just put into a car and gassed? And then just woke up there? Okay. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. See, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. Literal Squid Game. He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even though the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's possible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? Ode a machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. Really? Huh. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Otto. I'm sure he would never... Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look. And you just have it on you? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Yeah, literally getting in a throwing pose for that. Dr. Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. Really? Not even on the back or anything like that? I don't know. We may be able to get Holmes to help us with it. Like, we may be able to find handprints and then, I don't know, follow them from there? Still, this could be useful. Drebber's business card, though it only shows the man's name. There's no address. Alright. What do you have to present here? I don't know, how about... Screwdriver. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. I'll be banned. Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? I just have the actual screwdriver with me. Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. I was rolling with machined oil until he's gleaming. Right. And then, like, I'm tighten the screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. I wonder why. It's like that age-old problem faced by driver files the world over, isn't it? Are driver files a thing? Are driver files a thing? I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Okay. Yeah, let's inspect their business card here. Huh, what's this on the back? Smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Oh yes, possibly. Professor DOBINBOUGH mentioned something about the oil Mr. River uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's possible to obtain in Britain. Yeah, if we could track that somehow. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Really? You absolutely sure about that? E. Drebber, engineer. A minus and a plus in the corner. Like a battery. Okay. I don't imagine there's anything else I can present to him, except, I don't know, fucking card. What do you make this? No. Okay, I don't know, let's find out. Experimentation stage. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Oh my god! I love them! I love them! Oh my god, please, Suzaho, out of the way, just shove her aside. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. Feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. I wish I had, like, 2 brain cells and only a sword at my hip. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, not Gina. That's fucking, Grayson. Oh, Inspector Grayson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we met. What's with the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Man, I'm really giving the short end of the stick, huh? Oh, why thank you, Inspector. How good of you and us. Might be a rough gentleman about the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. Water. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene up some more. Right. Well, there's the young trainee's domain. Boy, get over here, Gina. Not the dog, you, Gina. Oh my god, I love them so much. You can be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving a tradition East End training. Yeah. Alright, so this is how you steal someone's coin from their back pocket. This is how you steal it from their jacket pocket. This is how you steal it from their front pocket. And this is how you steal it from their front zipper. Gina? Hold up. Okay. Gina, she's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? He's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got a detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely. Aw. What do you mean? You're not retiring, are you? You're being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted, then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Well, I mean, that's not that far. It's only like a small boat trip away, right? France. Working in Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France! It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why'd you be sent there? That's why you don't want to work such... that. I should be more quiet. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. Really? What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what will become of her? Well, I mean, she is an orphan. I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, right. Like, I guess it would be good to have someone at her side. But that's playing on Inspector Grayson's mind too, isn't it? Anyway, haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound, till all this is over at least. Huh. What do you mean by all of this is over? Something's going on. Something's going on. What, just call me Blowing Diving Diva again? So you heard that, did you? Alright, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them up to my capable detective diva here. Right. Alright, you're the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. Oh, man. She's great. I just love all the characters in this fucking game, dude. Suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Oh my god! Oh, they're fucking... please. They're adorable. Oh my god. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Where'd you find him? Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Grayson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. And a little bit. Okay. Please. I need... Where's the dog? Where'd he go? Alright. What a shame that symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. God's given us warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. I suppose. Imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. Death toll could have been far worse. Well, I mean, it was set up such a way that wouldn't happen, so I think it was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or the next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. Ah, yes, the first plague was frogs. The second plague, bird cages. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? Wasn't by staying alone. Fair enough. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Zato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. Here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. I mean... I don't know. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. Can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see from miles and miles. I do think that, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. But they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. Well, I mean, that's because they were shot with a flaming crossbow. I mean, would you expect to normally be shot by a flaming crossbow? I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Right. Yeah, everything's just so fucking cool here. Stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Getting your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, when you get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Actually, I think in this time period, exercise is actually very frowned down upon as well, so... Hey, that's not very time accurate. Right. Look at the cloth fragment. There's scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor DOBINBOUGH. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Naruhodo, please. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Yeah. But you're our bad person, Naruhodo. Honestly, I didn't expect that kind of quip coming from him. Right, investigating the scene. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Yeah, she's just gonna be playing with Toby. I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. New friend. Huh, how new? Like, did you just find him on the streets today? Seeing that explode must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Suze? Oh. Like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special dispensation for scientific equipment act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot allowed to investigate it. Well, we have permission from Heart Vortex himself to investigate it. Well, look at it. Oh, wrong thing. What they call again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I'm really glad to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Vortex, perhaps? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was gonna say Lord Strongheart, but no, it's Lord Vortex. That's one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching time or something. I'm surprised you haven't met him yet. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Vortex. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cole's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Vortex has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh, yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, he'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat our chip again in his life. Oh, no. Oh, poor guy. He'll never get eaten our single chip in Paris. Oh, you're still saying this all about board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Alright. Today's trial. Oh, God. Just, I don't know, just seeing Gina's smile and everything just be so fucking happy compared to the last game, like, it warms my heart. It really does. was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. No, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. How many trials have you been involved? You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court experiences, didn't you? Yeah, it always made things hard on me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Like, I think you brought that on yourself those times. Watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? In time tomorrow and all? You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah. That's her catchphrase now. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. Wouldn't do much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Right, the engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. Really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch you or nothing. The old devil got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scotland Reaper what's always lugging down glasses of that blood red plunk. Does he actually ever drink it? Like, does he actually ever drink of them? Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. So is that for me, that cove. Don't always scout about mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. You'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, with the choice between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-gliding demigod, you're equally bad off with both. Naruhodo's really having some quips in him this time. Like, I'm appreciating it. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Why would we put that one to bed? Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. None that can lead us to Drebber at all. Well, I mean, we could give him the business card and see if we could work with Scotland Yard together on that. Like, hey, mutual interest here. And Toby the dog. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gino? Boy, don't be so flaming rude, Odo. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, right? Toby's... how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Oh, is the dog part of Scotland Yard? Are they training him to be a police dog? Sorry? Give him proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby, dear. What is more senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Yeah, this is Inspector Toby Gregson instead of normal Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? Police recruits dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of the city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell and all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Is that something you want to say in front of Susato? Like, have you been smelling panties, Naruto? Have you been smelling panties? Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fellow, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby gets a good whiff of your drawers, you can chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean, he can swim? You may not be able to swim, Hodo, but I'm pretty sure dogs can, in fact, swim. Listen, Hodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. No, it's just that you haven't bothered to learn to swim. I'm telling you, Hodo, there's gotta be more and more dogs doing their best for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be bucking oars at us, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. I agree with it. I'm on full board with it. This is way better than what we got currently. Like, this is what politics should look like. But anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him on the East End the other day. Somebody just chucked him out in the street. Here you go. I knew she left him from somewhere. Yeah. And Scotland Yard just said, okay, fine, we can turn into a police dog even though it's not the sort of breed that we would normally take for it. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Right. What can we present here? Well, actually, what would she know about? That's a rough decision. I don't know, we could present the card and see if she can track it down. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. Oh, yeah, fair enough. I don't know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble... actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? Just dirty old smudge in the back, that's all. Turns out that this is very high-quality French machine oil. Very particular scent, apparently. You don't say! Let's have a whiff, then. Gina, no, you're not supposed to be the one to track it, then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we don't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby? Yeah, get the doggo on it. Get the doggo on it. Since the smell is so good, he can track people all over the oceans, Candy. Professor DOBINBOUGH informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Hope you're enjoying the ASMR chat. Things picked up a scent. What do you mean if he follows the scent of this oil? Toby could lead us to Dodgy Cove's workshop. That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Where'd you... My pocket. I can leave everyone to that Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss of boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted, but hey, as long as we get first dibs on the interrogation. Poor Gregson. Right then, Otto. Leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after the Dodgy Engineer Cove right this minute. Oh, right now. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. Think I'll be me what gets in the neck. He'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Well, I think that's his mistake for leaving you alone here, isn't it? Right, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the sound of that oil leads him to that swimmer's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the Channel to France. And no kidding. However, that also means that we have this entire area to ourselves. Oh wait, forensics laboratory. Oh, where Dr. Scythe does her work. Okay, yeah. Let's go up the stairs first. Who we can find. And we can touch stuff here because there's no one else here to tell us no. Okay, 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis is taking place. Don't say it like that. It was construction of dreams. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. Extraordinary lengths Professor DOBINBOUGH went in order to obtain a research grant. No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception here in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look. Is that... Oh, never mind. Let us not touch anything. Lord Fancies? Well, I guess we do have some things to talk about with him. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Otto? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. We have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate the machine, so as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Vortex? Exactly. We can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. Could have been at the center of the explosion here on one of Bender's steel will. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, just taking off my necklace here. It's getting a bit heavy. Alright. Let us... No, let's just leave him alone. We'll just try and touch something and see how it goes. What terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders had buckled and twisted in the blast. What they call the birdcage was right here in the middle of it all, just here. Look, Mr. Nowhood. Oh, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. Really? I think we ought to take a look. It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage could drop through and disappear from sight. I don't suppose there's any doubt this is a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, I suppose. Just the body double and the birdcage drop down there right before the explosion happens. Everything looks fine. Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. Does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wooden paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. Yeah, that's a good reason why you should travel, Chad. Just see how different things are from your own perspective and see what you can do in your own life. I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. It's called symbolism, Naruhodo. It's symbolism. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. Don't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, let's inspect the Ferris wheel again. I hear that riding the Ferris wheel is a favorite outing among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then again, I'm not a Londoner. Just Naruto just being up at the top and just kneeling down, head in his hands, just shaking on the ground while Suza's just looking over and pointing everything. It's just that imagery brings a smile to my face, you know? Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I should have to ask Iris and Mr. Holmes to accompany me in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to be left out, do you? This wasn't here yesterday. Really, but if I'm not mistaken, it's a cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, a birdcage, according to what Professor DOBINBOUGH said in court, it's made of wood. More precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having been an explosion then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know, I think this is probably the birdcage that fell down instead of the one that was, you know, up the Crystal Tower. I understand that I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. Sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. It's too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Yeah, I think we do need to investigate it a little bit, so. Let's just... Oh, E, court record. Yep. Don't need to present or anything. Let's just... Okay. So there is this hole right here. I don't know, we'll investigate that. Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon is flying down to the Crystal Tower below. Okay, so I think what I'm getting at is that the forensic investigation team took this one from the Crystal Tower and they returned it to the actual machine here. Okay. Fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. I think the man inside tragically dead. The base, huh? I don't know why that's gonna be important, but I feel like it is. And there's nothing important on the back of it either, it seems. Yeah, it's all just... That's it. Okay. Now, should we address the elephant in the room, or, you know, the Reaper in the room? Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. And only 10 years in a row? Like, who knows? It could have been longer. Strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Yeah, behind and not in front. Lord Van Zeeks? Hey there, handsome. I don't. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? Huh? 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 I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese aren't equipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. I just ignored them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Vortex granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. So you consider yourself a thing now. Ah. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that off case, even though it's nothing to do with us. I mean, should we ask about that though? This is more like don't poke the bear. Alright. Oh. Oh, it's not a typo. Huh. Limbed. What? That's fucking stupid. I'm going to Clint. I'm saying Clint. All right. Enoch Drebber. And the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already. Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen on seeing him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard on court earlier. Which, according to Professor DOBINBOUGH, is of a tall, thin gentleman who has a straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you'd give us. Wow, Zo really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Yeah, just, hey, prosecution, you want to give us information here? Fine, why not? Alright. I've photographed the man here from investigation 10 years ago. Oh, huh. Fuck, he's handsome. Shit. Damn it, why is he handsome? It appears he's already had that black monocle at the time. It's more of a monocle or an eye patch at this point. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. Why wouldn't I show you the photograph? Fair enough. What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Alright. Well, let's go in! So, Klimt. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My old brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. Tragically, his killer took him from us. Professor, you mean? Is something funny? The extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. The extent? So, guessing... So, did the professor not kill Clint, then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. You're gonna tar all Nipponese with the same brush next. So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Rosaic Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Wow. I want to see that waxwork. Well, maybe just do a few things to it, you know. Of course, the infamous Reaper at the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. Particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Holmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. Turned as white as a sheet. What's so special about it? Just the waxwork in particular? Oh, hello, Cosma. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, you feel it too, huh, Susato? Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? Him. Why? I'm guessing he's gonna leave before explaining anything. Yep. Cosma! Kazu. Leave it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Cosma? Well, at least they're not trying to hide it. It means they have something further that they're hiding, at least. So, they're acknowledging that it's more like Cosma, but... more like... how? How is the question? Felt something very strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. It can't really be you, Cosma. Wait. Too late. What's going on here? What's your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you've known the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Vortex introduced him to me about 3 months ago now. with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? Man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court on my side? Oh. Oh. He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Vortex's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. I mean, I guess, but you haven't asked the question that you wanted to ask, did you? Yes, thank you. Definitely saw a reaction there. It all cut out like that really seemed to hit a nerve when she called out Cosma. Yeah. Yes. I don't know. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. See. And if Cosmo really is alive, it means that Mr. Holmes lied to us. I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. Oh, he's still here. You go definitely leave now. Forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. Sort of problems. Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know how exactly it involves foreign affairs, but sure. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Zato. Of course. Oh god, this game's so good! Alright. Well, we've already examined everything here, so I guess we'll see Madame Rosaic then. 23rd of October, Madame Rosaic. Hey, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. We'll get our sweets on the way out, I promise. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but no sign of Mr. Holmes anywhere. Strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. I guess. But I haven't examined any of the stuff with Susato in the party, so... And yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's gonna be terrifying, don't you? And says it's the Madame Rosaic special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money so we haven't been scared enough already. How am I doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, it's like the DLC. They literally implemented DLC into their museum. Can't believe it. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. Yeah, thank you, Naruhodo. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? Oh, I thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. So, not just the bathtub of blood or anything. Right. Yeah. Detective's not here today. No policeman isn't here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I understand that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Well, I mean, game development is like that. You don't have the time to make that many individual models. Right. One's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaving him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could set him off. With Susato takedown, then Susato squash, and finally Susato smash. Right. If that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. Susato slam. Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. They're all individual moves, crafted after many years of training in the mountains alone. Once you throw enough punches all in a row, eventually, these kinds of moves, they come to your mind in a flash. Leave yourselves open slightly, and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. I'm not going to be leaving myself open. Thank you. Stepladder. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Yes, the stepladder. Something wrong? I really feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument. I got an achievement for that. Ugh. No more step ladders. Step ladder. Yes. Okay. The forensics laboratory. Guess talking to the coroner might be something interesting. Although, why exactly, I don't know. 23rd of October, forensics laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. As though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you become, Mrs. Otto. Honestly, I like that attitude. Just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Right. I say, I like that box there. Unfortunately, I can't open it, though. Hello, Mr. Bones. Hey, chat. What is a skeleton's favorite dinner? Huh? Huh? What is a skeleton's favorite meal? Ribs! Spare ribs! Okay. Oh, look at this. What a magnificent display case. Cherry wood's been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Naruhodo. Stop avoiding the skeleton in the room, or the skeleton in the closet, or the skeleton in the cabinet. You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mrs. Otto, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Naruhodo, take a literal copium. Alright, let's look at all the very dangerous instruments here. All the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. Oh, we're talking about cabinets, okay. Ones here are labeled highly toxic. Oh, that's worrying, because there's also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Yep, the eternal cycle. Oh, hello. Hello, Paladin. Welcome back. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. I'm sorry. I'm too absorbed in the game. I haven't been talking to anyone in chat at all. People don't show up when I play this game, but I just want to play it anyway and record it. Aliens have sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? Might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's on the desk does make me wonder, though. Can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. You know, I feel like with this kind of work, you really get both of them. We have the giant book on the desk that we could examine. And I'm guessing that the lamp is included in that, so let's just not try to investigate that yet. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Naruhodo. Those are intestines. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Please don't talk about pickling intestines. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mrs. Otto, there's some things in this world that's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Well, there isn't a lot to comment on in a story-based visual novel. Well, I guess for someone in chat, no. But for me, yes. Personally, there is. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure the fruit liquors are umeboshi, aren't they? Aren't they? They are definitely. Of course. Look, see, now she knows how to play along. Alright. Look in the... I'm actually more fascinated with everything that's in the office than disgusted. Okay, let's look at the taxidermies here. Alright. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Who knows, maybe the Daruma doll could start blinking. This is Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. Very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. But in contrast to my own, you're not going to start talking about my desk again, are you? The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. You know, she just constantly drinking copium. Oh, it's Stelter in the background. No, stop. You can stop right there. All right. Wow, is that literally everything? We just came here and there wasn't anyone to talk to. We'd literally just investigated everything and then we're gonna dip. Like, oh wait, no. There's still the book. It's a big, thick book here. That appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Ooh, we getting some tax fraud in here? Yo? Some money laundering, perhaps? Really? In what way? Well, they're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500. They must be working really hard in dissecting corpses. That feels like a Scott the Woz joke. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. Scalpel blades can be sharpened too. Well, I mean, you don't want to reuse scalpels, do you? It does seem a bit strange, right? 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them all? It's called money laundering. What are you doing? Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Oh, we're getting a new theme. Oh my god. Sorry, just give me a sec. This really feels like it came straight out of Phoenix Wright versus Layton. Like, I feel like that's really where this music gets its style from. God, there's literally so much influence that Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton had for the rest of the series, and it's criminal that it isn't recognized more. Hey. Oh, sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so you thought you'd snoop around. It's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Yeah, I feel like this voice fits her. Lord Vortex told us, you see, that was you examined the victim's body. Mr. Meningen's body, I mean. We came to ask you about your findings on Lord Vortex's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Fair enough. Fair enough, I suppose. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? Ooh. Mommy? The victim, Mr. Elder Meningen, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And Miss Meningen, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower. Were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. What? But that can't be right. It was an elaborate trick. We can only speculate about how it was carried out. See, if two people who were very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Oh. So they're investigating fingerprints now. That's tough. That is tough. Fingerprints. Not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. One day, they'll be used as investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where's that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's our job. This is impossible. And yet the body did move from one place to the other. This isn't cleared up by anything at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Mama, what's this? Oh, she is a daughter. Okay. Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? It's a lawyer, dear. I see. Okay. This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Me. This is just me. What's my opinion on Final Fantasy XIV? I got through, like, the first 6 hours of it, and I haven't gone back since, you know, I just had things happen in my life, but I've heard that it's a little bit rough to start, but once you get into the layer expansions, it really starts to get going, so I don't know, I'll probably try and get back into it eventually here, and try and get to, like, the 12-hour mark here, so we'll see what I think then. Yes, I'm a defense alert. Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one up? No. Chad, this isn't okay. This isn't okay. This isn't okay. Alright. Never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. Chat, I am terrified and aroused. Actually, wait. Can I see how old she is really quick? Like, please. Okay. She's 39. An actor tripper, 35. Okay. I can't see her age. Never mind. I will take back all comments I have said. I apologize. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Miss Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. I wonder why. You don't understand MMO people. They're extremely annoying. I don't know. I think there's nothing wrong with sharing your passion, but I haven't seen any people that have talked about FF14 as creepily passionate as, like, I don't know, Dream SMP stands, so I'm fine with it. Like, they aren't bad people in the slightest. They just want to share what they're passionate about, but they don't, like, push it, and that's what I appreciate. They're just like, hey, try this game out. It's kind of cool, kind of based. I'm like, you know, all right. And it's just a lot of people recommending it. So, who knows? Who knows? Heck. Let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. Sure, Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Holmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, quite possibly he might know something useful, you're right. We all find him at Madame Mosaic. He's supposed to be working there as temporary waxwork excuse me. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest and unusual venture. I kind of do want to talk. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things, so no one put an Easterners thinking looking around my office. There's such important Easterners around. How terrible. Yes, you. Okay. Doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Otto. I think perhaps it's time you left. Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. In the end, people of this time period are still racist. How unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, and everywhere else, it doesn't say we have anywhere else to explore, so just back to Madame Mosaics, I suppose. 23rd of October, Madame Mosaics Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn my heels and go straight home. With the confectionery, of course. Do they just have a built-in confectionery in places like this? I gotta know. That really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek. What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Oh, my man, my man. It looks exactly like Mr. Holmes down to the very last detail. Yeah, and you can kick him in the shin and nothing will happen to it. I swear, go ahead and do it. Right. You're just not interested to begin with, so recommendations to you are inherently annoying, at least somewhat. Well, yeah, but it's not their fault, so, like, what are you gonna do? I mean, like, it's just a bunch of people recommending you the same thing. It's not like the same person recommending it to you over and over again. Like, it's not their fault. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean? Oh, so he actually found it. Shit. But yes, the mystery's solved already. Wow. Mr. Holmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. Yeah. And she still has all of her money to boot. Like, you can just see right under the word engaged where all of her banknotes are. She hasn't had to pay a ransom or anything. As you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Law. Do not disturb, huh? But we need to speak with him. Where's Susato? She looks very perplexed. All right. I'm afraid we are going to investigate. I'm going to investigate anyway. We really do need to speak with Mr. Holmes, and I'm not going to get to say hello again. But where is he? And take this, Susan. Ha! Just smacks her straight in the back of the head. Pa, pa. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! Oh, the love of my life here, in the flesh. The famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Holmes. Kick him in the shin. Susato! Susato-san! You killed her. You murdered her, Mr. Holmes, with your own 2 hands and fists of death. Fists of fury. My most humble apologies. I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment via London. Dear Madame, allow me to make amends by offering you tasty free deduction at some point. How about you offer her a free trip to the confectionery instead? Well, it's not a questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Holmes? Merely a secret I didn't, do you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food is so far today for that matter. Oh boy. So, you mean you have the waxwork, or you don't? I see. That stomach grumble echoed across the whole museum. How'd you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, I do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as of yet. So, telephone, not telegraph. Anymore, I guess. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms. In the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. Oh, so they just wanted to see it, I guess. Want to take it apart, I suppose. But does that not mean the negotiating was entirely unnecessary? Zato, these are the kinds of questions you don't want to ask him. A fact I must ask you keep from Madame Rosique at all costs. Hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Holmesy, I'm so hungry, I'm starving. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense you have some business with this great waxwork? Great. Actually, before we get to this, I think we're gonna take a quick break because I've run out of water and I need some. Like, please. Alright, so I'll be back in a second, and don't... I'm back.
I'm back.
Guess who's back? Back again. Loomy's back. Tell a friend. Back. No, not Trevor. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh. Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He was a swindler who duped Professor DOBINBOUGH and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. Swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it. I mean, we do have the photo, so. Mr. Holmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's a Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photo won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Holmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting indeed. Well, they said he was from a... Van Zeke said he was from a case like 10 years ago or whatever, so... I suppose it would make sense that Holmes would know of him, considering he might be linked with the professor and all that, so... Am I wet now? Yes, I've been sufficiently wetted. Right. Okay. I don't think we have anything else we might want to show Mr. Holmes. So. Cosmo's death. Mr. Holmes, did you lie to us? My dear Miss Naruto, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words are very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery. Discover what events led to the curious murder. You told us it was murder, and you examined Cosmo's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Cosmo Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, and he was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Cosmo. You must have known at the time, Mr. Holmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murder atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. I'm not sure whether he's joking about this or not. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass murder, would it, Mr. Naruto? Would pass muster, Mr. Naruto. I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Holmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Holmes. Tomorrow in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? I don't know. I find it really hard to trust Holmes right now. It's so clear that there's so much he's hiding from us, and I don't know. I don't know if it's for good reason or not, and that's what makes it hard to tell. As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. I personally reinstalled in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For mere 5 shillings. This is a special one-time only price, you understand. What? You mean the price to bribe you, and not the price to put in the box should Madame Rose come along? So you're basically allowing us to bribe you for less than the price. Okay, I see it, hustler, I see it. The opportunity will come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Holmes? Surely you need to look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. We're talking about you, Mr. Holmes. We're talking about you here. Like, I don't know if I can ever take him seriously. Let's be honest. Yeah, I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Or leisure. I don't know. Is it ever leisure or leisure? Like, I feel it always depends on the way you say it. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. And now we've bribed him to get out of our hair. So. Just excited to see what his face looks like, I suppose. Through those heavy curtains at last. Right. And his home's just back. Yep, he's just back here. He's gone back to his wax work. Oh yes, Mr. Holmes is renowned as being a master of disguise, as you know. Does pretending to be a waxwork count as disguise? Suppose it does now. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right that somehow that Mr. Holmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we can ask Jean to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Fair enough. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? No, this is what makes the world, Naruhodo. This is what makes society. We really do live in a society, huh? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. Now, it's just Ace Attorney Society there, so. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Yeah, true. Madame Mosaic special exhibit. Seriously? You're just taking away the head. Okay. Wait, is that fucking Drebber? No way. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mrs. Otto, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. we certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. Oh god, this is so cool though. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. I would genuinely pay to be in here. Like, this is really fucking sick. Now I'm looking a little more closely. A good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. However, that great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Holmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Right. Oh, it's new music too. Oh, man. God, I love this game. I love this game. I love this game so fucking much. Can't you fucking tell, like, how much I love this game? Like, it's so good. It's so fucking good, you guys. Alright. We missed some dialogue here, so... Okay. 2000 May. Mr. Holmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineering here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Suzanne's voice tremble? Yes. Well, here he is. Part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too, look. Like, is he a gravedigger? Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Ooh. He's got the fucking pictograph right in front of him. What's this here? Well, this appeared to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But so small! First technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Holmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Holmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. Yo, Ghost Hunter, you guys! We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Oh, we're just taking it? Okay. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what pictures was taken. I mean, this is an exhibit. Do you think there's an actual photo in there? What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. See yourself, Suzelle. Your eyes are shining. Really do like machinery, don't you? Yep. Why is she doing work as a judicial assistant anyway? A large lamp the man's carrying. Where's the lantern? It's not like a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is it casts very little light. So, apparently it doesn't matter when it's a lantern, but it does matter when it's a spade. I see how it is. Right. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit the graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Well, I mean, how are you gonna see your loved ones then, Naruhodo? They aren't gonna like it when you never visit them. A large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Zato. Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? Okay, that actually caught me off guard. I should have expected it. No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. We're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's a real question. Again, probably robbing it, because that's something that a lot of scientists would do back in the day, or doctors, is that they would dig up old corpses and the like, and dissect them in order to figure out how the human body worked. So they would literally just do grave robbing for science, which is metal as fuck, but you know. Okay. And I'm not allowed to see his face at all. That is... Wow, okay. I literally have to get this angle here. See his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. He did not put it back where it exactly was. Yeah, that's Trevor. Ah, what on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's not Trevor. Although, a much younger Trevor. Well, it should only be 10 years younger, so... Like, is that old enough for his hair to turn completely white by that time? The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Holmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Who is this man? Why is he here in the exhibit? Why does the convict behind him have no head? Head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. Surprise. Then the case isn't yet solved, is it? I'd not say so myself. Largely solved with my words, I believe. I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Grave trouble. Very hungry hours still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. So we'll still... I feel like they're really dragging along this mystery of who the guy's actual face was, so... I feel like what's gonna happen is that we're gonna drag it along a lot, and eventually we're gonna see his face, and that's like nobody special or whatever. Sorry, I'm kind of like choking up some of the jalapeno from earlier. The jalapeno, the jalapeno, and it's burning my throat. Only to find out that the professor was like, I don't know, heart vortex or something because he wanted to climb the corporate ladder or whatever. You know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Soto. Do go on. And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other events are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't have ever really happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I'd love to know, but I haven't even examined everything else here, so... Number 139. So was this like a prison graveyard? I don't know, why number 139 and not a name? This must be the killer. The feed knows the professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Rosé said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. Waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. Looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Is this the condemned man? Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave and has a headless ghost. Oh, man, your imagination is starting to get as bad as Naruhodo here, huh? Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Soto? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Holmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it? That sounds on brand, but no, unfortunately not. Extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum, and that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. There have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned. I feel like they did something with it. Like, I don't know. Perhaps was there something hiding the statue itself, and that's why... I don't know. Maybe Van Zieks knew something about that specific statue in particular. I feel like maybe there was something hiding in the actual statue. Like, right in that hole in between the neck and the head. Like, I feel like some sort of conspiracy could have been going there. Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. Someone caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. The crystal tower? What would that be doing here? Very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Thick piece of glass would come from, I wonder. I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. Why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Yeah, literally spelling it out for me, crystal tower. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too? You don't mean? Exactly. The crystal tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the crystal tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? Wasn't it originally at the crystal? I think we need to investigate the actual innards of the tower itself now. I think that's something that will be next on our list. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. It's just a coincidence. I highly doubt there are no coincidences in this game. Never. There's never a single coincidence. And your fingers are just clipping it through the floor there. Cool. And there's nothing else here, it seems, so. Alright. The grave itself, maybe? Doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan. Graveyards are scary. Now I come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a British grave. According to what I've read, the custom in Britain is to bury the dead as they are, without cremation. What? But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people while they're still alive. I'm not sure that would be worse than accidentally incinerating people while they're still alive. Yeah, that's what I was more concerned about. I think we can both agree that it's best not to still be alive when our time comes then. Well, I don't know. You're much more likely to be hurt if you're cremated alive. And you're most likely to be saved, even if you come out with, you know, some scorch marks on your head and back and under your legs. But if you're just left alone 6 feet under the ground, then it's likely to say that there isn't going to be anybody coming for you. And what am I to say to that? Alright. Yeah, it doesn't seem there's anything else here. Yeah, can't rotate the camera or anything, or like that. Resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh. So, that's what makes it interesting, I see. Oh gosh, enormous hound. How awful. Taking the life of his fifth victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity, yeah, was always kept a secret? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. I don't... Maybe Clint was actually the professor? And then, to cover things up, like, the aristocracy switched things around so that Clint was a victim instead, and that the death penalty would have just been the reason why he never actually came out. I feel like that's a possibility right now. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. And what about the dog? Is the dog okay? However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Huh. Came back to life. Clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. Exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. Like, what do you do then? Like, do you just, like, just right at his neck and see if he eventually goes back down? Like, what do you do? Bedtime. Alright. Are you going to bed, or is it a joke? I can't tell. Alright. Just take a quick little nap under the grave and then, like, oh, time's up. Time to go. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow. It was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Knock Drebber. He saw it happen. Why do I feel like something is about to happen to him that's going to prevent Drebber from telling us a story about what happened there? Like, we're going to find him and he's going to be fucking dead. Alright, the young witness. This waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. Really? It only took him 10 years for his, from 20 to 30 in which his hair turned white. That's unfortunate. Alright. Yeah, have a good night, Paladin. Like, sweet dreams. I'm just gonna continue enjoying this game, even if nobody's here. Like, it's fine. I'm having a good time. From appearances, I would say he was only about 20 years old. So horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young driver ran into a nearby police station to report the incident. Sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Really? Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. But the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Mosaic. Well, I mean, did they have any... I'm guessing they actually had a photo of him coming out of the grave then? Oh, you're still here, Bill? Cool. Cool. Right. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. What I don't understand. Just playing Amogus with some friends you haven't seen in a while? That's cool. I hope you enjoy yourself, man. What Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. Like, don't feel any pressure to just be around here. Just have fun with your friends, man. Like, that's what it's all about. Is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. The lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? Right. Following the execution. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper class into a complete panic 10 years ago. It's a great scandal, one might say. The very highest levels of society. Wait a minute. Susato was 16 years old. It was 10 years ago that Professor case happened. And Susato would be 6 at a time. And Mikotoba left right when she was a newborn. So, literally, right after the Professor case happened is when Mikotoba came back. I wonder if there's some sort of significance to that. To that. 16 minus 10 is 6. Minus 6, that's 0. Quick maths. Right. It's a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. In time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness count of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. Dog gun. Right. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. Even better than knife gun, true. What do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police in the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing's been heard of him since. Either that, or the professor was actually killed, put back down there, and then police like, hey, he never came out. You're a fucking liar. And it's like, yes. Just trying to cover their asses about how they failed the execution. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing's been heard of him since. Either that or a fake body was put in his place, and he's still among us today. Among us. Rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. It's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Huh. A-H. Oh, hi, Gina. Why are you here? What bleeding Naruto? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? Hey. Oh, no, she still has it. She still has it. I asked Iris, and she said this is where you be, so. Oh, so? Gina, not allowed in the museum. Madame Rosique will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flesh powder left from 6 months ago, so. So? Alright, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Please. Now we have the gun part of the dog gun, but where's the dog? We need the dog still. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found the Dodgy Ghost workshop! What? You found... There's the dog. Now we have the dog and the gun. Both parts are put into place. We found the Millennium Puzzle, chat. But you found Turbo's workshop. Yep, Toby's nose took it straight there. Boss and the others are heading over there now on drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Oh, we haven't seen that pose from her yet. It's cute. Like they paid a lot of special to Gina in this game. It's great. All right then. See you there. She's great. Oh, and Holmes is sad that he doesn't get to do the investigating. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? My therapist. Don't worry. Hentai protagonist Sholmes can't hurt you. Hentai protagonist Sholmes doesn't exist. Meanwhile, hentai protagonist Holmes. I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Holmes. You're coming. Your words heartened me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Or monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. And there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail the carriage at once. Hey, who knows? We may even find the head there, so no offer to share the cost from Mr. Holmes then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mrs. Hato. Right, let's go. It depends on how much is the case. Oh, huh? Like, is this a prototype machine? 23rd of October, an October's workshop. That looks like. Oh, there's a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. The only prototype, naturally. Oh, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place in such little time. You've really worked miracles. Well, I mean, so what has it been, like 4 hours in game time? Probably around so. It's Toby, who's a miracle worker. Oh. Oh, and Gregson. Why are you shutting your eyes? What's up? What's up, my guy? What's up? Oh, thought you would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. His one knitted brow. Yeah, I can't even see. Looks like he's eating a lemon on a bag of fish and chips. No, Inspector. Is there any sign of the engineer? Probably not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we've only found it thanks to a clue that you all turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with debt gratitude and pay now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're open to snoop around here, I get a cracking. Lord Van Zeke and Forensic Investigation Team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Holmes. Pardon? I take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. I'm not gonna do a loud, boisterous laugh. I can't right now. Alright. Very droll, Gregson. Very droll. You may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork man. And he's back with the hentai protagonist expression. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Alright. Investigate the prototype machine first. Sorry, Mr. Naruto. The machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Good one, Susato. Good one. There'd be serious repercussions if we were to examine it from the Crown and the government. So, as everyone as they examine it. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. Quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Oh man, I love this cast so fucking much. It's unreasonable. Alright, let's investigate the airplane there. What on earth is this? Aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it'll allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Yeah, I wouldn't... Yeah. Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, the smile is yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Of course. Naruhodo's a fucking genius. He sees the truth for what it is. He knows airplanes aren't real. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. Now to you, the solution is even taller towers. Right. There's the quiver. We obviously need to examine that, but we'll do that later. Store. Doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's a pretty hefty lock on it. The specialist locking is on his way over from the yard, so hands off until it gets here. With permission, Inspector, I can have a lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Oh, that smirk that Inspector Gregson's given him is just priceless. Gregson looks as though he really enjoyed that, which is good. That's good. He should be enjoying himself. There's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, German must have fled the first sign of danger. Oof, sorry, Sherlock, yeah. Oh, oopsie. I accidentally clicked on it. Alright. Meant to hit the up arrow here. Okay, so can we inspect like the windows here or something? Or is there any sort of reason I should be able to investigate up here? Or is it just like, hey, look at more of our sick fucking artwork that we drew? And you know what? I can't complain about that. It is some pretty fucking sick artwork. Oh. N. There we go. Trophy then. Ah, this is most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know if trophies exist in Japan at this point, so... No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? You know, I can see Mr. Holmes just giving Naruhodo a back massage for this, and it'd be great. Narcissism intensifies. Yep. That's Sherlock. That's Sherlock. No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. Couldn't agree more, my dear madame. Yeah, there has to be a very strict reason why he's gone to trickery and such. Like, is he that down bad on money? Or is he just unable to come up with any discoveries and he needs money? Like, how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? Your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? No, I wouldn't either. Curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. Well, maybe because he doesn't value it. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. I'm gonna investigate a little bit, so let's just court record. Royal Society Award. Bring something with the future of scientific discovery. Featuring burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. I think that's what it says. There's a little metal plaque here. Look, fostering burgeoning talent. Okay, I did read it. I did read it. And it is a fairly dull trophy, yes. But I mean, this was the year 1900. This is like the first trophies that were ever coming out. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly, Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Is there anything hidden in it? Like, can we just pop off the top and there's a secret weed compartment in it? Like, no, it doesn't appear so. Damn it, no weed. We didn't investigate the broken glass at all. Oh, we can investigate the side of it. That's weird. This glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Holmes has such thick skin. Good one. Oh my god, why does Naruhodo have so many good fucking quips in this game? Oh my god. There's really no need for such comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. I always thought trophies like that look like giant cups. Yeah, I think that was the point of it. So you could put, like, wine or something in it, and then you'd be able to drink out of your fucking achievement. We haven't investigated the camera either. Alright, let's open it up. Ooh! There's blood on it. Why? There's no way this was actual evidence used. No way this is the actual camera used. But why would it be there? Wouldn't this just be a replica? Right. What a wonderful machine. Really love contraptions like this, don't you? Then why was the top put on? Well, obviously to keep the drinks cold or something, you know? It's like how Yeti cups have lids as well, you know? Speaking of which, drinking. Oh, and the camera also has the plus and minus signs that Drebber is using. Really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see Pocket Watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. I didn't know she had such an interest in machines. The real murder was killing the camera. Yeah, honestly. He was just having a jelly sandwich and some spilled. Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Yes, Fire tells me tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Alright, let's see the blood. Mr. Naruhodo, what is it? And the bellows just here. Excuse me. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Why would blood be there? God, the mystery... They just get so fucking intense and it's great. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Interesante. Okay. And can we see the actual plate on it? Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Well, yeah, I'd be surprised if it was still there. It would be either something that Drebber still has, or something that the police took away from him so as to cover up the actual incident. So, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. We never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. But can we be so sure about that? I feel like this is the actual camera, because why else would the blood stain be there? Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Where's Zato? She looks devastated. Alright. God, this is such an interesting design, though. I love looking at old, mechanical stuff like this. Right, can't look at the actual lens or anything like that either. So that's gonna be it, I suppose. And can't close it back up either, so... Alright. I think we're done investigating that, so... I guess we should try and find anything else that might be of interest here. No more fluff dialogue, it seems. Just have the quiver. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Wait, steel bolts? Crossbow bolts, these. Just the right size for the boat you lot turned up the exhibition grounds. In other words. Yep, there's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Yeah. I did not expect that sudden zoom in. Kinda scared me. Thud. Mr. Holmes, I think it's time for you to break down that lock, buddy. Oh. Something wrong, Mr. Zato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Oh, that's a good dog. That's a good dog. Right, 1 degrees. Whoever's in there, open up! The sculling yard! I think he just ran. Oh my, someone is in there. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. Dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only you were countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Let's get through the blessed door. Let me guess, he already had it unlocked, and he just didn't let him know. There, man at will. You've confused minutes within seconds, I think. Time's of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Waiting for, I suppose. It's an emergency. Strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Also, it doesn't surprise me at all. The detective knows how to pick locks. So, why are there footprints on the ceiling? No way. Did he fucking get in that little toy No. But he's definitely escaped. So, what's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Huh. What? They ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Hey, that was a sound of Drebber running away. There's only one door in this room. No windows that could afford an escape route. The skylights are too high. Are you sure? Because that's some footprints up there. They footprints on the ceiling? Oh me. What have we hit in? Looks like someone's trying to burn something, alright? Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. What? That Professor Dumbledore's burning machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd been no need for monkey about trying to investigate all this scrap. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. Oh, so did he rope up to the window? I think that's possible. A rope, what's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. Must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive, too. Oh my god, I love this portion of the game so fucking much. Just everyone working as a team and just going in, making clips back and forth. It's so fun. It's so fucking fun. Alright, we'll investigate the obvious bomb later. Very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Holmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's built to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. Yeah, just fucking grab a power saw and just... And then, boom, there you go. Just get another man in there and just haul off the safe and the floor. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. But we'll break into it later, I can assure you. Great. And nothing else over here that we can inspect. Seems. Look at the books. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Mr. Holmes' suite is never in this much of a mess. We're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's just that everything is literally upside down. Why? I don't know, it's not like there was a contraption to flip this entire room upside down, is there? Excuse me. Good dog. Good dog. It's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. Green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Possibly. Possibly. And we'll inspect the footprints later as well. We'll talk to Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Oh, we're just gonna talk about that, huh? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped around... Ah! Let me guess. She found out it's a bomb. This is what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say... time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? Oh no, he doesn't know what an explosive is. Truly a one-of-a-kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? You haven't gotten a clue why it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. This particular specimen is no time bomb, but I confess it has a very similar appearance. Yeah, it just seems to be a model. Oh, thank goodness. But then, what is it? See, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Holmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I completely misconsider my law most unfair.
If I'm fain never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presented itself.
Oh, are we doing an actual deduction here?
But I've learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Zato.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming.
Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Draper himself.
Oh, but how could you?
The second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine.
Ah, it's just a very menacing clock, analogous of the stress of the passing of time. True, very true. Please, Mr. Holmes, you must explain everything.
Be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
And of course, the extreme fucking look of disgust on his face. Okay. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Alright. Oh, you deflect the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Holmes. Well done.
Too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his theatre of logic and reason.
Alright, topic 1. Flipped furniture.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, falling straight down to the floor.
Yeah, I mean, the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity.
No, I don't think so. Otherwise, all the furniture would be destroyed.
It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. The gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
Inverted furniture really reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
Oh, I see. Is that how it is?
I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Zato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. Anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
Uh-huh. But then why does it have a clock on it?
Most relevant question indeed. There's a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch.
Uh-huh.
There was clearly a requirement for an engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. You see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I've witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Right, because gravity was reversed, obviously.
Right, missing engineer.
Now, let's consider the next conundrum.
Let me guess. The gravity was reversed and he just floated up to the window.
What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame.
You thought it was going to stop it because of gravity? True. Honestly, I would expect that from Mr. Holmes.
The reason there's footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Ooh, I love this animation.
By inverting the gravity here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Holmes. The gravity reversal was sudden when Mr. Drebber falling up to the ceiling rather violently. Well, no, as you can see from his example, he was floating, so.
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. The man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
to reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Trevor was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight.
How is this man so smart and so wrong at the same time? It's just, it's hard not to love him.
Personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
It's like, we're evolving, just backwards, you know?
Escape via the skylight. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction, this topsy-turvy puzzle.
God, it's so weird just how much this game reminds me of Professor Layton. Right. Oh my god, I love him. I love him. I think Suzawa is entertaining the idea, but she isn't convinced. At least I hope so. Completely spellbound. Mr. Holmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. A couple things, actually.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
Thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean?
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
And yet you're still entertaining the idea, huh?
But your whole deduction hinges on it. But my dear fellow, when you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem.
But no, that is impossible. You just haven't realized it. I think I have a new favorite character in this game. Sorry, Turtle. Fair enough.
It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I'd always come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read in something that Mr. Zato lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Holmes. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Trubbery used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Oh, my sweet himbo, you.
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find the ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we need to give Mr. Holmes the usual little helping hand. Just a little helping hand. Just give him a smack on the ass in the right direction, you know? I'm sure with some minor corrections, great detectives, great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before an actor ever gets too far away. Well, I don't know. Are the police here yet? Have they surrounded the building?
If you're ready, let's resume. Sherlock Holmes is theater of logic and reason.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes. Furniture, because gravity was reversed.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything's upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned at the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor.
Right.
Key here. It's gravity.
Oh my, it's such a cool visual though, you have to admit. Right. Gravity's reversed, suddenly restored back to normal. Not the inverted furniture. Let's think of something else. I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, making the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Holmes could have conceived of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Otto. Well, I mean, she is merciless just with you. So, I mean, for anyone else, that is unusually merciless, I suppose. Great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene will allow him a bit more closely. Reveal some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Alright. Inferred furniture. The large safe. Okay. Look, Mrs. Zhao. When everything seems to be upside down here, the safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. There's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before we speak. That's what you wanted to say there, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. But you certainly implied it did do. Alright, so what else in this room is there that hasn't been flipped upside down? The flower? Yeah. Yeah, the upright vase. That would be it. But, yeah. Let's just point at the vase. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. The upright vase. Yep.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps?
Only slightly. No one's trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Holmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And like the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor.
It's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never invited at all. Curses.
True. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Holmes.
But the show must go on, so let's continue with our deductions. Now we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say. A time bomb, exactly.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Right, naturally there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because the anti-gravity device.
No, Holmes. So why are you still sticking to that? He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. Afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Oh, why is he sticking so hard to the anti-gravity device theory when he just instantly told us, no, there's no such thing as instantaneous kinesis, or whatever. He would have been so excited about that, honestly.
Sniz. Little sniz.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Right. Well, why don't we just inspect it? I feel like we might discover what it actually is. We've already established that gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. But I think for now it's clear we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Oh, I suppose.
By the coal-burning heater.
That's exactly it. That's a coal-burning heater, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake on it, boil and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes. It seems like having your cake and eating it, too. And unlike a heated kotatsu table with them nabe hot pot, milk, Nikon orange, a cat, and an elderly relative. That sounds so fucking cozy. Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things in your list are edible, don't you? I mean, the grandma is only edible if you think about it, you know? Right, can't really inspect any of this, it seems. Safe combination. Like, was he unsure of where he hid the safe combination? He just remember he put on the underside of something, just not what? Right. Look, there's something around the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe, 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure, as in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? It's written here, though. So, that'll be because of this. So the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. It's getting pretty late, you're gonna go to bed? That's fine. Have a good night, dude. I'm still probably gonna stream for like another hour and a half here, so we'll see.
Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had the very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year. My Balari taking the ticket number down the inside cover of the book just in case.
That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
And the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. Right. I'm not sure if there's anyone else in here but you, but sure thing. Have a good night, Bill. Right.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruto?
When the day of the draw came around, I forgot which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it. But people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down.
Now if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know.
I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. I've proved my point now.
I want to hear the rest of the story, actually.
Which is that very similar scenario was clearly unfolding in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. Remember, they written out in the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Alright, there we go. That makes more sense. Right. Escape via the skylight. Or, he got in the safe. If it's actually that he hid himself in the safe, I will laugh.
Now, let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Presumably, the greatest clue we have to explain his action is above our heads. Yes, how's it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling?
Question was answered. Will he... Again. Sorry.
Question is, answer will lead neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
No. He literally just threw his shoes there. See if they stuck. Right. Well, if changing the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. Can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days where gravity can be reversed. It was Metzio, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Yeah, halcyon seconds. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Holmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Holmes is what gets us in these situations in the first place.
You know what? When you're right, Mr. Naruhodo. When you're right, you're right.
Right. Huh. Is the balloon? Oh, was he stepping on the envelope and like when the balloon floated up and hit the wall there, like all the dirt got transferred over to it? I think that's possible. But it would have to be a really hard impact. Gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. Gas balloon. Why does it seem to ring a bell with me? You can see there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh yeah, surely it's a clue, isn't it? But what it tells us, I'm not sure. Wait. I don't know, is there anything else around here? Because I'm not sure if it's just those footprints. But I guess... Why is there a shoe on the balloon? Hard to believe, but
there's a shoe up there. Look.
Yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps a shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? So, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Yeah, but why? Why would anyone be throwing shoes up the ceiling, though? To knock something down? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. Okay. Something lodged in the ceiling, maybe.
Because the nearby shoe.
The reason there are a number of footprints on the ceiling is because there's a nearby shoe.
Close an inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
Green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data.
Ah. This piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. Inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
We assumed the balloon...
If we assume the balloon here is a model of the one used on that day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside of it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
But the balloon's out of reach.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe.
Was he trying to get into the basket so that would be weighed down and it would fall down?
Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sailing it with the shoe.
Ah, that's more probable, I assume. Though he may have had more success with getting the shoe in the basket.
However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became prisoner of those lofty heights.
Where's this other shoe, then? Oh dear, we desperately need to examine the balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. Well, we do have a crossbow, huh?
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, you could thread through the basket by trying to throw the end through it, and then you could pull both ends down. That would be possible.
Oh, the rope. the intended destination, what better tool to use than this rope?
Well, I mean, it is possible. So, Mr. Holmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. All right, I have to admit, that was clever. We just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. It's much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? That's right. We shoot the balloon. We shoot the balloon. Right. Reaching intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? Just found the scene, in fact. In all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drubber.
If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could avoid losing a shoe at such a critical time as this.
Yeah, why did he leave it there instead of taking it with him?
So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that an Drubber is hidden inside that balloon?
Wait, is that the fucking head? It was a knight's helmet all along? What the? A waxwork.
Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. Mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
So it was Drebber himself that stole the waxwork in order to inspect it. But for what reason? I suppose even now he must be still be inspecting that case and trying to reassure that he saw what he saw.
Mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
We can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness.
I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Zotto. Excellent.
Ah, of course, headless waxwork model. The abducted Madame Mosaic model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was. I believe Madame Mosaic will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you now surmise, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes, although it doesn't look like a professor, more of a knight, huh? Why is he here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Mosaic, returning it, sans tête, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drubber.
Incredible. Professor Dobinbough's case and the waxwork abduction they are inextricably linked by Enoch Drubber's workshop. Huh. I gotta inspect that head. Right.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect? You mean Mr. Drubber?
Yes, it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? His location should be abundantly clear. We simply reflect on the journey we made together during this deduction.
Yeah, Nick Drubber is right here somewhere in this room. Probably crammed himself in the safe, well, assuming that he's... I don't know, he's a very tall gentleman, so we've heard, so...
So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Mr. Drubber's hiding place must be the... It must be the grill. They're literally not letting me inspect anything else. Probably the large safe, but I want to inspect the wardrobe anyway. I need to hide. There's no better place in the wardrobe. I stand firmly by that, and by experience. Ah, yes, you've had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there. Mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand was trembling just thinking about making the discovery. And Naruhodo's become Holmes in that such scenario now. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. Actually, why are there paintings that are missing on the wall, huh? That's interesting to me. I don't know, I feel like there's some more things here that I want to investigate, so. The cupboard, exactly. This looks to be a cupboard for cups and saucers and the like. Ah, in GD's hiding place. Oh, is it? Well, when you say cupboard, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? And a clever engineer knows that, so we know you'd never look for him in there, because he's not crockery. God, it's like with every new line, Naruhodo becomes a better and better character, like especially in this case. Like, he's had so many good quips. Though sadly, it does seem to be full of only crockery. Alright. The large safe. Before we gained access to the back room, we heard noises from in here.
Tell us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe.
Pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From what we can deduce, that a search for the combination happened very recently indeed. Summary, Mr. Knockdribber. Is at this very moment inside the safe.
Well, how would he get him out? How would he get out of this safe, assuming that he would be able to? Or would he just be locked in there forever? I don't know, maybe he didn't think about that. Oh, well, it's unlocked, so.
This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Inside the safe.
Elementary, my dear.
Alright. That was super fun. I enjoyed that one a lot.
So, Mr. Naruto. I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2.
I knew that.
Alright then, here goes. Hey there, buddy. How's it going? Found me. He's missing a hand, too. Oh, that's actually very impressive work. Oh. Oh, they had fun animating him. They had a lot of fun animating him. Ooh. Steam. Okay. Okay. Right then, sir. Mr. Trevor, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Dobinbough with that bogus machine you built. And you should have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Mosaic as well. First, I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Oh, look at him go. Oh, look at this man go. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate your parcel. I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah, well, I mean, it hasn't been ticking down, so... Haha, I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then.
No.
It isn't ticking down, so where's the problem?
Mr. Holmes, we've only with only 7 seconds to spare.
That was too close for comfort. I got one foot in the grave already. Oh, so it was actually ticking down this entire time, and none of us noticed it.
I'm trying to help us get a killer, get us killed.
Mr. Holmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. Resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Oh my, I love this man so much from the bottom of my heart. Okay.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Ew, I want to push it, Mr. Holmes. Alright. Can we examine this now? I still can't believe we're nearly blown up.
What was that sideways glance in aid of, Mr. Naruto?
I thought that deducing meant meaning from the moment of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Holmes. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Drebber has to say for himself. Actually... I don't know. Why wouldn't Drebber have tried to negotiate or flee while this time bomb was going down? Like, I'll deactivate the bomb for you if you let me go. Right, well, let's talk. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. I see. We'll be getting a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you're able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Oh, let me guess, that was from Holmes. Whistling.
Ah, that would have been me. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today.
Really, because you were incredibly depressed earlier. Just because you weren't able to go here. Actually, a lot of problems would have been solved if you didn't come here, Holmes. Oh, man. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I had written it down. Well, that happens in very stressful situations. We'd also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. After that, you hid yourself in the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got death wish of you, and right beside ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? Fair enough. It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't have left a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. I don't know, maybe I should make him sound more manic? Precisely. Yeah, more nasally and manic. Once you climb inside, you want to be able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Okay. Alright, there we go. Ah, so it is. I'd always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. No, do you mean to say you're planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I don't know. I don't think that one works. I feel a deeper voice does work for them. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Alright, let's do lower. When they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Alright. I calculated the time required to retreat to a safe distance, set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse near threw a spanner in the works. Literally every problem is a result of Holmes. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor DOBINBOUGH's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which is this head belongs to. It's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough. Oh. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. How? How so? Yes, well. Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? Lord Vortex know of this, you'll be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, Dr. Scythe. Hello, Holmes. Mr. Holmes knows Dr. Scythe. Well, I'm not surprised, to say the least. It's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face. You are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? It appears that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. Mr. Holmes. Let's leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Damn the woman. Understood. Well, I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There's a time bomb sitting here. This lot disarmed. Spectre. Some give you a chuckle as driver. Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. Oh, that's Holmes' voice. Did disarm the time bomb, didn't you?
Yes, you did disarm that one. Yeah, what's he? That one? Yeah, give me.
Uh-oh. I see. Well, bye-bye. Fuck. Oh my god, things are going through so much shit.
No fucking way.
It was an hour later that we heard the news. The enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Dobinbough's invention and all of its secrets were blown away forever. For what reason, though? Like, did Drebber hide something in the machine itself? Like, Who knows? And waiting to get access to the machine to put the time bomb in. Or was it always there? Huh. Oh, we're just going straight to trial. Okay. Right. We have an hour and a half here left, so we're just gonna keep going. Like, I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. I don't think I can stop. 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto.
Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. It's even I with no. Good morning, my dear fellows.
Oh, so you're here for once. Oh, Mr. Holmes, you're here.
Naturally, true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Except not today. You're just gonna be here beforehand. You're not gonna be anywhere. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then.
Yep.
Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in this courtroom today.
Yes.
Do you try hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again?
Yes, I will. I realize a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Holmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? Because in my direction,
For showing up. You want your participation award, huh? Is that it? Sorry, I don't follow.
So spell it out. I, the great Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, rose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree, then.
You know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ a full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her lace experimental blend in my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris has been busy. Yeah, I feel so sorry that she has to put up with him sometimes. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here. Now, Iris, this is my victory.
Hi, to get in. Oh no, it's Grayson, not Iris. Oh, Inspector Grayson. Good morning.
Grayson, my dear fellow, what a grim expression. It's delightfully early hour.
Holmes, it's 11.
Oh, I don't know, maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, huh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know.
Poor Professor. He has to deal with their shenanigans too. Like, he's a part of this now. Hey, anyway, here's the paperwork I asked for. What paperwork?
Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful.
Wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this bra out of the archives. Professor's autopsy report. Oh. I see. Oh man, Gregson's really sticking his ass out for us, huh? I just wonder what the son changed. Like, either he really regrets his actions from the 5th case and he wants to make it up to us, or he really wants us to take care of Gina. I don't know. That mass murderers killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Was found guilty in closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Huh. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Grayson.
Us little lot of the art, just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Holmes, of course. Who is paying you? Who is paying you to say that right now? What's gotten into you, Gregson? Well then, Professor Dobinbough, this is it. Today we're gonna lay it all of us to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
Suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor,
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel, the defendant, trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Yes, yes, sir. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. Strange, foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not yet ready for. Yeah, no kidding. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Yeah, because I feel like we're starting to finally crack the case of what's going to happen in the rest of the game, you know? I don't know, every case feels relevant in this game, and that's astonishing, because even the first case, it didn't have that. Like, ooh. Right, 24th of October, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. And it's the same jury as before, as expected.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Benjamin Dobinbough, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
Oh, right. He's gonna be there, huh?
Prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeek says his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Yes, my apprentice and assistant. Prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
Yo?
Therefore, instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the looks of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. Couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, so very hard.
It appears the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you've successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today? Are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
You do so despise deception and deceit. I find you so very wearing.
Take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
I'm here for scientists to feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
Oh, how ironic. You bring God into science there.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides and fence and then settle on one. That's it. Wasn't like this, buddy. Wasn't like this at all.
All parties are ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Van Zeeks.
Oh, I do, my lord. There's a report I must read to the court. Ah. Could that be? Oh, I love these animations. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
What? Explosion? This is an outrage.
Yeah. Kind of unfortunate.
Yes, sir. The grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in wake of the explosion. Ah, yes, and the hole in the floor. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, terrible business.
He had to destroy the evidence, did he? That Anna Trevor.
Court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
I don't know, could we use his statements as a confession earlier? Like, I mean, we did have Gregson and a bunch of other people with us who could corroborate it, so.
Late yesterday afternoon. Protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, it's become a very different trial. let me guess, he's gonna accuse Dobinbough of blowing it up. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Yeah, most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. Or was the accused himself who was operating the machine, who ultimately caused its loss of control? As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Meningen died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
An engineer, Mr. Knockdrebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Elder Meningen. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defendant have been clearly stated.
For once, we've actually stayed our side before beginning. Wow, look at that.
Lord Van Zeeks, your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. Prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Knockdrebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Knockdrebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. Fair enough.
Yeah, Black Markle? That's why I feel it seems so. Yo, you too. I'd exactly the same feeling myself.
Yeah.
The file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model is a most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. Q's super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. The court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
Oh, God. Just everything about this game, man.
Amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science to make an instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What?
Good gracious.
Alright.
This experiment was bona fide. Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief.
Such a waste that it blew up.
We've already established the machine was nothing more than the prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But
You procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. Alright, let's see it.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Meningen's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and they crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Perhaps.
A body double. It goes without saying, surely. Right. Give the impression that something is moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Yeah, fair enough. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Meningen had no twin siblings.
I understand this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate why he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Jarber.
He did, my lord. As a swindler, he preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. Crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigations of the witness's workshop attest to that claim, my lord.
As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young Townsend Simons there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
I'm not sure about that, Chief.
For the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Nice one. Good job, me. Right. 1 year ago, through Mr. Minigan's introduction. So you're already acquainted with Mr. Minigan himself?
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take out my tools and construct what they ask for.
Why did Mr. Minigan approach you in particular, then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor DOBINBOUGH certainly has a mind like no other.
Blueprints and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It's clear that you both have scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is... I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
You must have planned all this from the outset. God damn it. Slippery son of a bitch.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick.
Whole show was a fraud. We required a body double. Do you have a twin? No.
Of course, that's it. Mr. Minigan was a twin, that's it.
Wait, perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Demonstration could have been a trick if there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Minigan, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone that looked identical to Mr. Minigan then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Actually, I didn't inspect any of the evidence here earlier, so... Looking at the photo itself, I don't see anything that looks immediately out of place, which is annoying, to say the least. And I can't see anything deep down there with a magnifying glass, so... Killer's autopsy report. Condemned jailer. Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym, the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens. Not by the Scythe, I believe. Alright. Locked. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself that was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. So Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Honestly, though, that is a pain worse than death. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. I don't know. There's something about this that... I don't know. I don't feel like there's anything in the waxwork in the first place, so why was Drebber so interested in it? Wait, couldn't we just take off that hook there, and then the rest of this side part would come off? Yeah, can we just undo these 2 hooks there? Damn it. Well. We already inspected the science trophy. And we can't open it, it seems. I don't know, why is this in my inventory? Damn it. Oh, no, nothing. The idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing in my mind. Elder Meningen here. Well, I mean, his face type does look similar to DOBINBOUGH, but... It's not like DOBINBOUGH suddenly got on the machine. He was seen on stage the entire time. Courtney Scythe? Dr. Drebber. I don't know. I mean, him and Drebber kind of look similar. Oh, wait. Maybe Drebber was dressed up as Meningen. And then when the DOBINBOUGH activated the switch, then Drebber fell through the floor, and then he was able to pick up the crossbow, walk outside, and then shot the balloon. I think that might be possible. Right. All spectators in the birdcage saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Wait, crash headfirst? Hold up. Well, we know that there was a crack at the bottom of it, so it crashed headfirst, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds that day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken with a headlong fall, wasn't it?
True. How'd you come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend's been doing his research, it seems.
Well, I'm doing at least the bare minimum here. Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage, it was his neck broken.
It's obvious they fell from considerable height.
I suppose it's hard to deny. Okay. Well, obviously we know what the problem is here. Alright, crash down, damage to the base. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
Agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's
the opposite of what they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at the base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were 2 bird-cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Well, I was part of that orange. That's kind of funny.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well,
if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that crashed tail first into the tower. Well, not possible because the victim didn't have any injuries to his legs. But multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over stage following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. Yeah, thank you, Suzato. Then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Uh-huh. But when there are a lot of witness reports, it becomes, you know. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
Awaiting scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. It'd be even more rigorous. You would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually.
Huh. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who was deceived a personal friend of his. Right. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes, and there's one more point. That appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly just demonstrates.
What?
Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you'll amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course. You must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
Ah, I nearly had him there. Damn it. Bit butter bop, Mr. Roboto. Alright.
Right. And he clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Well, I mean, the balloon. What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Meningen on the experimentation stage, that's true.
The victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen next, since if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
Trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators in the day saw it. The birdcage was plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly? Yes. Very irritatingly. Perhaps the science was flawed somehow. No, I doubt it. So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems when I foolishly allow my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruto.
Well, I mean, you can use a microwave without knowing how it works, so.
Point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
Certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion. It's going to be impossible to argue with the authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Dobinbough's innocence. Both Mr. Meningen and his man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and unbending belief in his work. I won't let them get away with it. Yeah, my man. My man. Seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zieks. What on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? Who knows? Okay. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Dave. I don't know, where exactly do we
the location of the balloon here. All right. Percent. 30 feet up. It's just a sketch. It doesn't show measurements. Okay. Instinctive handle. Wire end the balloon. Yeah, claims was shot. Yep. Crash down with the victim aside. And there's nothing new for us to gather from it. Photograph of Trevor. Yep. Camera. The broken glass. Science trophy. Waxwork head. Killer's autopsy report. Post-explosion photograph. Oh no, I guess we just... Is the balloon? No? Okay. Nope. I suppose not. Alright. Look, I don't know what you guys are spamming over in the YouTube chat. Are you just spamming random garbage? Okay. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Nowhere else for the birdcage to have fallen from. Oh no. Oh, just present the sketch. Okay. I'll just reset here then. Oh, oopsie. Okay. Load. All right. Okay. Present the sketch. Like, could we said that fell from the ledge up there? Or, I don't know. Okay. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in the midair before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. Same distance of 30 feet. No. Yeah, the ledge right up there? It appears the defense is a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place for which you are referring to on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. Oh, I can't point to the ledge up there. Wait a minute. Could we say here? All right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, do I just point to here then? Nope. Oh, I think I get it. I think I get it. All right. All right. I think I get it. I'm dumb. Okay, it fell from right here. Place. Yep. Okay. My bad. My bad. Although, how am I supposed to know that's 30 feet? I really wish they just add the fucking measurements. That would have made things easier. Okay. Okay. Yep, blew up. Fell down. Big oof. All around. Big sad. Alright. Alright. Indicate the place. It fell in that hole. The place I'm referring to is here. Well, that's what the birdcage would have been to begin with. That's exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Along, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage is built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assumed there'd be a void underneath, this birdcage, and wasn't seen by the audience, would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. There we go. GG easy. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
I learned, friend. There's no evidence that the stage had such contrivance in its design, but we do.
Someone's responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic prints of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed on the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Dobinbough's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of the machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Meningen's life and lay blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could have only been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Wah. Can't be loud. Sad. Yep, there we go. Who's gonna clean up all these corks afterwards?
My learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely.
Oh my god. God, he's so fucking hot. Okay.
The argument fails to hold water. 2 counts.
2? That is certainly more than 1.
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. A relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Did he switch them in the first place, though? Or, I personally think that Drebber himself was dressed up as Meningen, and then he fell through the first cage as dressed up as Meningen, and then the real one where Meningen's body was stored is in the balloon, and then that's the one that fell head first.
This nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed in the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point.
Well, I mean, as long as Meningen's prints were planted there beforehand, it's easy enough, because he must have investigated the machine himself beforehand, so.
And the second flaw in your assertion. There's a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
Motive. I have to think of everything myself. Unfortunately, yes, because everyone else is too stupid.
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks?
A contract in which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Meningen. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
There was one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive.
Only Mr. Drebber, but not Mr. Meningen, huh?
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void.
Ah.
So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Meningen's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. Sure, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggested is nil.
Oh, God.
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you'll submit the contract as evidence, please.
Yep, thank you. And, as usual, we're already here this soon. It's true, if Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. In that case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were two bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that.
So I'm sure that you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too.
Fair enough. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. Instead, my reputation is defiled.
Well, not like you had much of one to begin with.
But the prosecution's counter set the record straight, I think. It's impossible to think I'm the culprit.
I have no idea what I'm gonna say, but we're gonna object. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage, yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So tell us what's up with those two bird cages, my guy. So if circumstances mean that it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, I mean, we could say the same thing about your slander for the defendant when all this is said and done, you know?
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
I mean, what do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. Either DOBINBOUGH or Meningen himself. But if DOBINBOUGH was an accomplice, then it would be involuntarily. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? I have to name it. I have to name someone here. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord?
ever sees a stock warning already? If you're nevertheless determined, I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name.
Alright, I'm gonna save here, because I'm pretty sure it's Mr. Meningen, but we'll see.
Sir, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Elder Meningen.
Who is this person?
Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. It's someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. What a... I see. I'm just gonna... Who I claim to have been the accomplice. Courtney Scythe? Oh. Oh no, this is right. Okay.
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bite your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure I'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, what evidence do we have? Thank you, Mrs. Otto. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then, here goes. Kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. Now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What in blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? I head the forensics investigation team. The coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
Oh, yes. I don't know where you're going with this, Naruhodo. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could have only been in the team's presence.
essential that the court determines exactly what happened following these incident. The defense demands that Dr. Seth be summoned to the witness stand and wants to testify. Who knows? Who knows?
Got nerve, lad. Stand up there, dragging the yard's name like this.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room working hour there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. The recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. Let me guess, motive. One which prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly, if the birdcage contained the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body.
Yet. No missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported.
Could he have used a wax statue for that? I mean, why though?
Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of body double for Mr. Meningen. That's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, and there must have also been one person inside of each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? I do. I think we present the... Present evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Meningen's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
You think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Oh, so it wasn't Meningen that was in the birdcage in the... Okay, in the balloon. It was this... I had the other way around. I thought the Meningen was in the balloon, and that the wax model was in the one at the... wasn't the one at the machine, but no, it was the other way around. The wax statue was in the balloon. Body double inside the second birdcage was this head. We know that the victim, Mr. Meningen, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel, according to a somewhat elaborate version of our evidence.
That body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... Alright, Mr. Naho, you ready for this? It was this head. Just holds it up for the entire court, and there's just everyone screaming and being like, oh, it's gonna be great. Just steal yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Ho. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why is it just suddenly in front of us? Just closing his eyes. Oh my god. Open your eyes and look into mine, my nippy's friend. No, I refuse. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. It's time to show your Japanese spirit. Yeah, man, who's going into battle and never say dies. Never says die. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the professor. And now, you can tell that Naruto is unconfident now because after all this time, he's finally gone back to his piddly little slaps on the desk. You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as accomplice in this crime, and now you moved on to indicting the waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? You want to know why? Ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor DOBINBOUGH performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Rosique.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then, the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason's clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Meningen. Why this one? After you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witnesses fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. They did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner, on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to defect the deception, used a waxwork model in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Yeah, we need more evidence here. Wait, yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Hey, I haven't even responded!
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
I didn't even get to finish my argument.
Oh boy.
Because we still have the fucking shard of the crystal tower that was inside the helmet that we found. And we could use that as evidence.
That was indicted by the foreman. The jury has reached consensus.
Knew that was gonna happen. To get through this, Mr. Haha, as we always do. And cover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. Known that woman for years, she'd never been an accomplice to anything. It's utterly nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
See no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Something without right evidence. It's not a proper job, as you won't have it. Well, you guys literally didn't let me present my evidence.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the precinct is a polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Meningen's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment. But I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not this model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. Alright, I have to find a way out of this. Okay, let's proceed. Let me take a drink here. Alright. For years, you should never be accomplice to anything. The order of things seems to be changed around here for some reason.
I'm a cop, but it's a cop's instruction to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
Working the odd 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and then we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
Right, about 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when he started making a name for ourselves, top-class coroner.
Again, 10 years ago.
But look now at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. This is what we all dreamed of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
Well, out to hold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim.
That's come across loud and clear. Alright. 10 years again. Certain nonsense think that they'd be conniving with one another. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
Man behind his murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's not really relevant in this case, is it?
Wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. It was evidence arising from work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh,
That's right. Oh, the woman's at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's someone involved in this murky business is a little tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Okay.
Let's press the booba. How do you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Oh boy. Romantic. Home to society such as myself use everything in terms of relationships, you know. I bet you do.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner room. One. Perhaps just between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor, just... Oh no!
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
That's the woman's stance, and perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of connection, she'll be first to know. Right, I do not trust them much. What sort of problems?
Let's just say we've run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, so artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Oh yeah? How's that?
You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Or call him mass murder.
Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I look anything like a man. You want me locked up, sorry?
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said.
Yeah, no kidding.
And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We weren't definitely the wonder and the public stress we did, and by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would call the coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of the investigation done right. Especially with Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it.
Courtney Stevens?
Press the best, and the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married.
Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. Sure, I've heard that name somewhere recently. Stevens. For some reason, it doesn't sound familiar to me. S. Gregson, Cornet Rizek, Lumba Marmech, Bohemian Boy, Courtney Scythe, and Ekdreber. Huh.
Anyway, the point is, it was the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yeah, sounds so or not.
Legendary corner even then. Okay, and we'll press this to the end then. Okay. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, that's why I say if you trust the police, you'll have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork ball was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I would think I might take my chance and believe in the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how police feel listening to the way a juror speaks about it. Should I were to say... Yeah.
So no rigorous proof of the waxwork was ever in the birdcage.
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
Yeah, I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given this cage appeared from the midst of an explosion, there have been no need to use a real person. Well, if waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have a decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how many criminals are governed by decency.
Boys, if we're going to make claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose we should expect nothing less of a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society, but that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that he was in the birdcage. Well, I mean, we have that shard of glass.
I also found the folds of the clothing of the Professor waxwork. I have evidence. Actually, I have something that I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jetpack outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black. Look in the mirror must be very terrifying. Oh my god. Okay, show you the broken glass.
What's that? Piece of glass, though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you can see, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass, it was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Crystal Tower. Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very instant we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
What's a small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now, clear evidence is for the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. Like what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, Joe number 4, you'll amend your statement now, please.
Wait, amend his statement. That the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Alright, press. I gotta ask, why have you brought that corn to court with you?
Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Tickled him off on my way into town. He's probably nibbler eases.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while.
Maybe you could wait until after a trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at a time like this. Whenever I stop and big to decide, the colonels always put me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Yeah, but I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. Out.
How are you deciding this here? Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals back like people do back home. So Professor Dobinbough's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn.
We'd not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defense guild. Oh, I don't know about that. My tome's already full already.
Amazing. Good one. Good one. Now it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot. There really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Minigan's double. We must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. I'm sure that's key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the jurors' minds. Okay. Right, yes. Courtney Stevens. Oh no. Autopsy report. Alright, the investor, Mr. Elder Minigan, hereby enters in contract with provider Mr. Anak Drebber to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous case. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only hold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. Odie Asman, his previous name. Okay. Courtney Stevens. Well, I can connect her to the professor at least. Okay. Sure, the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the corner, isn't it? I don't know. I have. Okay. No, don't know of any connection. Can I speed up the text skip here? No. Damn. Okay. Dance. Waxwork and Dr. Scythe. Okay. I think okay. And Courtney Stevens, what I knew of her, legendary coroner even back then. And we connect those because Stevens is in the autopsy of the professor. Those two Stevens clearly contradict each other.
Okay, so juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you've heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought out to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court not gonna overlook that last remark. I very much hope there's substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. And the evidence that links Dr. Scythe is the autopsy of the professor. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the professor.
Professors, but they're not as capital offenders, so.
That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Acolyte!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Mosaic. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Minigan, at all.
Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships, this is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Sure, I guess. I'm not sure where this is going, because that's barely a hint of a connection there.
Right, we can't let this trial come to an end now. Oh, well, it's the closest flicking angle of the yard's best corner. Wouldn't like to spend my day, but we still knew we'd up the old just in the end.
I guess. Okay. Got that birdcage. And we'll pit that against that. The statements contradict. Alright. You can put down your corner for a moment, juror number 5. Right. You point out that's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated the juror sitting beside you. Right. Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I understand much of Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Then why are you here?
I can interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now, this search of yours by the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence. It would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Okay. We still need one more, though, so...
Well, me too, then.
Oh, okay. This brainy gentleman says he's right, then you must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stepping between the ears. Okay. I guess. Starting to slow down now. I'm getting tired. Success, if you can call it that.
Thank you, counsel, that will do.
Oh, no, wrong voice.
As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 called not guilty. Going to court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue.
We did it. It's something. It's something.
A waxwork of a despicable professor. He uses a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case.
Why is this music playing? This only plays at the end of a trial, typically. This can't be over.
I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it appears that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's special significance to that link.
I don't know what you hope you prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. The quotes. Excuse me.
There's no way we get day 3, right?
If the court has delved deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
Owner.
Mosaic.
I really thought that Lord Van Seeks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Well, no, he
he already pursues the truth, and we know that, so.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Rosic to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, Millard, friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, we don't really have a choice in the matter, so.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Rosic, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Alright, to be continued. And with that, I am going to stop streaming for the night. I don't think anyone else is here, but that is fine because I am enjoying myself. Good night, everyone. Be sure to eat your greens, do your vegetables, drink your water, and have a good night. Yep, that's the good night. Great. Bye-bye.